to the drop on. One, two, 1, 2. Good morning to the early birds this morning. See, some of you are all set up for the day. Oh, I'm still breaking up. I've been trying to improve my transmission, but if I stand still and don't move, I'll be fine. Okay, I see faces from yesterday. I see new faces, I think. So welcome to day 2 here at Warily. We had a full day's racing yesterday. We did run out of time. We have a specific cut-off time here at this particular venue. So our last race yesterday, we're gonna drop that in this morning, and then go back onto our normal program. So we're going through the practice sessions at the moment. The craft on track are the juniors and Colts. So we're looking at an age range of 10 to 16 years of age. When they actually do their racing, they will be split into 2 separate groups. But for the practice this morning, they've joined together. Our first race at the moment is scheduled for 11:45. That may change due to the fact that we're dropping in that extra. Sorry, dropped out again. We're putting in that extra race this morning, so that start time may change. But at the moment, it is 11:45. It's the open race that we ran out of time to run yesterday. Now, when we get onto the full program, for those of you that were here yesterday, you know the format. I will run through the grid, not just the drivers, but give you a brief overview of what that particular formula is about. Fundamentally, we'll have 2 blocks of racing, 8 races in each block, and in between each block of racing, in theory, if all is going according to plan, we will be having 2 paddock breaks during the day. At which point you should be able to go down into the paddock and have a look at the craft up close. Well, That's one group finished. Looks as though we may still be in the junior Colts practice session. I think they split them again this morning, so still some more of those to finish off before we go into the next group, and that will be the novices. So novices will be coming up. Novices will have 15 minutes, and I think directly after that we'll be dropping in that race before we go to a break. That race left over from yesterday, so the open formula race, that will be open to all the main formulas apart from the juniors, colts and novices. So quite a mixed field of formulas there. It looks as though we got a couple of minutes delay before this group comes out. Bit of course construction going on at the moment. So that's the end of our junior practice. Our next group up, we're going into the novices now. We only have 2 this weekend, so it could be a relatively short practice session. Directly after that, we'll be going into an open race. It was left over from yesterday afternoon. And then in theory, we'll be going for a break. So keep an eye on that one. At the break, you should be able to come into the paddock and have a look around. But we'll give you a heads up on that when we get to it. For safety reasons, members of the public are kept out of the paddock whilst the crafts are operating. So that's our 5-minute board. Oh, sorry, no, that's our board now for the novices. So they'll be coming out shortly. I'd say there's only 2 of them, so keep an eye on that one. Testing 1, 2, 1, 2. So I've noticed the spectator bank is starting to fill up. Welcome back. If you were here yesterday, good to see you. If you're completely new today, then welcome to Warily. This is a round of the UK Championships we're holding here this weekend. It's not our traditional weekend to be here. The locals will know that we've been coming here for probably something like 30 years. And it's normally the bank holiday weekend that we use. But due to a clash with our World Championships this year, which is in Sweden, we've had to move the date for this weekend, or this race meeting, to this weekend. So just 2 days, as opposed to the normal 3. So the craft we've got going around at the moment is the novice section. We do actually have number 51 that's just gone past you is not actually a novice. It's a junior driver that's come out of the juniors, got too old, and is now going through some novice races before they go out into the main formula. 83, the one coming past you now is actually a novice. He's well into his novice races, so they have to do 15 before they can qualify up. Now I think he must be getting close to getting through that qualification stage fairly soon. So after this, we'll be having an open race, I believe, if I got the schedule right. It's a race that we didn't manage to run yesterday afternoon. We are on a time constraint here at this particular site. So I think we're going to slot that race in first. So that'll be open to all the main formulas. And then we'll be going for a break, at which point you will be able to come in and look at the craft up close. Whilst the craft are operating, though, we do keep the paddock closed to members of the public, but I'll give you a heads up on that one as soon as I get a time slot for that break. At the moment, our first race is scheduled for 11:45, so that's the slot for the first race, but that may change, having dropped in this extra race this morning. So the format today, we don't have any programs on sale, but we'll have 2 blocks of racing today. Each block of racing will be eight formulas. So after the break, we'll have 8 races, different formulas, a break, then another block of 8 races. So when the craft come out onto the grid for the individual race, I'll run through obviously the drivers, but I will give you a brief overview of what that particular formula is about. Right, so the craft are now starting to come out onto the grid for this open race. As I said before, it's a race that was left over from yesterday. So with this open race, it's open to all the main Formula drivers, apart from the novices, juniors and Colts. And with a lot of the craft here, they do tend to run as teams, so you get one driver that will do the national races and the other driver will do the open races. And those team drivers could be any combination. It could be two friends, could be father and daughter, which actually we've got at the moment. The daughter's Katrina Palfrey. She's out in number 61 this time. Her dad will be out in the Formula 2 race. So, yeah, all sorts of combinations there. Uncles, aunties, nieces, nephews, fathers, sons, mothers, husbands, all sorts of combinations. So I'll have to pick up on the names when they come onto the grid. So all the races today will be 8 laps, apart from the Colts. The Colts only do 6 laps. So 8 laps for the rest of the races. We've still got craft coming through. So in previous years, I would have been up in the car park area, up on the bank, and I would have had a brilliant view of the course. But unfortunately, the hedge is a bit too high this year, so I've had to come down by the finish line, down in the field. So actually, the spectators up by the recreation centre, you've actually got a better view of me than me going through when they go through the chicane section. So we seem to be a few craft missing off the grid from yesterday. I'm not quite sure why that is the case. So I'll run through what's there at the moment. Our pole sitter is missing. That, I believe, should be the Formula 1 number 1, Conrad Beale. His son was out earlier, I believe, in practice. So that's Callum. So keep an eye on that one. Second spot on the front row there, Sue Oakley, number 55. She's racing with her husband this weekend, so she's taking out in this race, and that's a Formula 2. Third spot is missing. Fourth spot, we got a father and son combination, so dad's taking it out this time. Richard Pound, and that's a Formula 3, number 144. And then we got number 61, a Formula 2. That's a father and daughter combination, and daughter Katrina Palfrey is the driver in this race. Row 2 is Maciek Uchman in a Formula 2. corner in a Formula 50, number 72. Then we got 57, Cole Smith in a Formula 50. And then we got number, God, I got him standing here next to me, number 12, Kevin Eastwood, a Formula 1. So, just say, because he didn't. Right, so Kevin Eastwood just explained why it didn't go so well for him. The lift fan unit, it pushes air down underneath, and it's quite often the case that you've got some technical bits underneath guiding the air, and some of that actually came detached and took out on the lift fan. So some work had to be done to get that sorted, but thankfully back on the grid, so that's good. Working his way through now to the front row in third spot is one of our more senior drivers this weekend. I won't give away his age, but he's 60 plus. So if you're thinking you're sitting there and you think, oh, I'd like to do this, but I'm too old, yeah, well, think again. So that's Keith Rhodes, number 35 in a Formula 2, dropping into the front row. There he is, number 1, Conrad Beale in a Formula 1. Further back, the rows further back are now dropping into place. We've got 82, Simon Francis in a Formula 2. Coming through is 106, that's a Formula 50. We're on the 2-minute board, 2 minutes away from the start, 8 laps. And still coming onto the grid, number 52, Abby Beale. So we've got father and daughter out there in the same race. And we're on the 1 minute board now. Here we go, we're on the lights. And we're away. Oh, number 12, Kevin Eastwood in that Formula 1. From the back, goes straight through into second spot behind Conrad Beale, number 1. Does it go into the chicane section? It's 35, 55, push to one side. About 4 places. They've gone into the chicane section. I'll pick them up as they come onto the pond. So it's 1, 12. Those two already pulling away. They're the Formula 1s. Then 35, 82. No, sorry, 35, 92, 82, 55, 144, 61. 72, 106, and they're still coming through out of the pond. 7, And 52 will be the last one. No, not the last one, it's 98. So the two Formula Ones sprinting away from the rest of the field as to be expected. So Kevin Eastwood, number 12, can he put pressure on Conrad Beale? Conrad, a former UK, European and world champion, and Kevin Eastwood has gone through into the lead. So Kevin Eastwood, number 12, had a bad day yesterday with technicalities with the lift unit. He's on song now. Oh, number 12 picking up the air there. As they go up and over the rise, that's where they're going to get a bit airborne, especially with the wind direction today. So the two front runners now catching the back markers. Number 1, Conrad Beale. Oh dear, he's got caught up with the back markers. No, there's something wrong with the thrust engine. It was just about to pass his daughter, who's running in a different category. And Conrad Beale, at the moment, is he going to be up and running? Number 12, Kevin Eastwood, is now away and gone. And Conrad Beale, number 1, well, he's feeding back onto the track, but very slowly. So number 1, Conrad Beale. The rudder system looks as though it's been hit by another craft, and his steering isn't as efficient as it should be. So he's taking it slowly round. So Conrad Beale, number 1. Effectively out of the race, although he's going around. 12, Kevin Eastwood crosses the line. That's 4 laps gone now. We're midpoint in the race. Second spot, just coming out of the pond there, number 35, Keith Rhodes in that Formula 2. He's got Cy Francis, 82, 55, Sue Oakley. So that group of 3 battling for that second spot as they come past you now. Right, coming out of the pond. Oh, tangled there with one of the back markers. 82, Cy Francis had got up into second place. Is he going to hold it round the corner? He got mixed up with one of the back markers there, but he is still in second. Third drops Keith Rhodes, number 35. Then 55, Sue Oakley. So as our lead across the line, the Formula 1, number 12, Kevin Eastwood, that is 6 laps gone. I'm looking back for the battle for the second spot. Well, Cy Francis, number 82, comes through in second spot, and he's managed to open up a bit of a gap to Keith Rhodes, number 35, as he exits the pond. But he's now got Sue Oakley, number 55, chasing him down. So this is a battle between the Formula 2s. Oh no, we've lost Kevin Eastwood on the far side. I can see him through the trees. Number 12, our leader, has dropped out of the race, so Kevin Eastwood stuck on the far side there. I think it might be a thrust engine problem, but he's out of the race, so our new leader is just coming through the line now. 82, Cy Francis in the Formula 2. Then the battle for second spot is still Keith Rhodes, 35, followed by and being chased by 55, Sue Oakley. They're just going past you now. Sue desperately trying to find a way past Keith Rhodes there as they go up and over the rise and into the chicane section. So, 82, Cy Francis takes the win. Here's the battle for the, second spot. Crossing the line side by side. I think Keith Rhodes may have got it, number 35. Sue Oakley, 55, was, she was there alongside, but I think it may be a half a craft length in it between 35 and 55 there as they cross the line. That was the battle for second. Right, we're now looking back for fourth. And crossing the line now in fourth spot, the Formula 2, Wayne Hill, so he goes through in fourth. Right, I'll just wait for the final results to come through. I'm just going to get an update now on the start time of the first race. So just an update on the schedule. We're going to go for a break now. So once we get all the craft back into the paddock and settled down, I'll give you a shout to come into the paddock if you want to have a look around. Probably by the time you've walked along through the car park there and down the slope into the where the paddock is, you'll walk past the ambulance on the right-hand side and then into the paddock. The next race will start at 10 past 12. So 10 past 12 for the start of the next race. So members of the public, you've got until 5 to 12 to have a look around. If you are going into the paddock, can I ask you not to smoke in the paddock area, and that includes vaping due to the amount of fuel in there. Obviously, the grass is very dry anyway, so even if you're smoking up on the bank, just be very careful if you are a smoker about dropping the lit cigarettes on the ground. With the craft, the drivers are very happy to chat to you normally, unless they got their head buried in an engine. And watch out for those hot exhausts. They can be anywhere on the craft. They tend to be on the side. So if you've got any small children with you, please make sure that they don't clamber on the craft and touch those hot exhausts. The green craft coming out now, that's coming past you, is the world's first ever fully electric hovercraft. It's being driven by my brother. It's super quiet, and this is the first weekend really it's sort of gone this well, and it's still a lot of development to go before it's fully sorted, but big steps forward this weekend for that craft. The black panels down the side are solar, so he's trying to regenerate the batteries. Obviously, they won't do that alone, but at least they keep some juice going into those batteries. I'm going to be going out in that very shortly, so as passenger. Right, so all drivers, members of the public are now coming in to look around. The start of the next race will be at 10 minutes past 12. So 10 minutes past 12 for the start of the first race in the in that first block of racing. So I'm getting my first opportunity to go with my brother in this all-electric craft. I also have my wife, Charlotte, is coming out as well. So this is the first time this craft's ever gone 3 up. So don't be surprised if it struggles. Not saying that we're fat or anything, but... And see if we can do some commentary whilst on board. This is how noisy it is. Yeah. This is where I have to apologise to our team doing the course construction. my brother having taken out all our posts by the start line there. So that's the first time I've actually been out in that all-electric craft. 3 of us on board, and that went extremely well. So, yeah, that is the first time you'll have ever seen an all-electric hovercraft operate anywhere in the world. Right, so that electric craft is now going off this time with Simon Oakley with his wife Sue Oakley. You'll have seen him out in Formula 2. It's number 55. And now they're going out husband and wife in this all-electric craft. Yeah. Right. I've got a special announcement. Zoe Deacon, if you could keep your ears open for the moment. Zoe, if you're listening, I've got somebody that wants to give a message out for you.
Hi Zoe, it's Tony. Ronnie and I here to see you race.
Ah, she's walking over. Stay here. Right, ladies and gentlemen, for those members of the public that have come down to the paddock to have a look around, you've got 5 minutes before the craft will be coming out onto the grid for the first race of this first block of racing. So, members of the public in the paddock area, can you start finishing off now in the next couple of minutes and making your way back to the public viewing area? Right, so final call for members of the public. If you are still in the paddock area, you need to leave immediately and make your way back to the public viewing area. So the first race up, Formula 50, originally designed around the Rotax 503 engine, twin-cylinder air-cooled, 50 horsepower, 500cc, pretty much as it comes out the box, so no special carburetors or exhausts. There are criteria for the rest of the craft. They're only allowed to use that power to run one fan that gives both lift and thrust. And there's a weight limitation as well on the whole craft. So the rest of it, hull design, skirt design, is entirely up to the driver. So in theory, it puts them on a level playing field. However, you will see that some are definitely faster than others. So if you've only just dropped in recently, this is we had a race before the break. That was a race that got left over from yesterday because we ran out of time due to time constraints at this particular location. So we're now going into our first block of racing. And so 8 races now before we go into another break. And then we have a further 8 races before we finish off the weekend. So this is day 2 of our race event in our UK Championships. So the grid formation for all the races is a 5-4-5-4. Pole position, as you look at it, will be on the left-hand side. So pole sitter will be nearest to traffic lights. And the 2 front runners now coming onto the grid. And pole position there, number 101, Dan Turnbull. Second, we're still waiting for. Third is 111. That's Hannah Deacon. Third spot is 81, Nick Drew. And then 57, Dave Elston. Well, I'll stop at this point because they're still feeding through. Well, dropping into second spot there, the local driver, number 110, Jake Trossler, only just recently come out of the junior section last year, so he's making a mark already in Formula 50. Second row, we've got 95, Darren Clark, 106, Sarah Gill, 50, Richard Worthington. That's the all-black craft there. Dropping into row 3 is 72, Kian Olner. Right, we're going on to the 2-minute board very shortly. So 8 laps, all the races apart from the Colts, who will only be doing 6. So whilst we're waiting for the start of this race, for those that were here yesterday or previous years, you all know all about it. But any new people that have come along today, never seen it before, if you do want to go away from today and find out some more information about the sport as a whole, then www.hovercraft.org.uk. That will take you to the main club website for the UK, and you can look for the racing side of it, but also the cruising side. Right, here we go. 2 minutes away from the start now. Formula 50. They're all running the same engine. As I said earlier, they pretty much have to keep with the same spec of engine as it comes out of the box. I say that sometimes they come out of the box better than others. So you will see a difference in performance. We're on the 1 minute board now. It started. Is he going to get number 101 to goes into the corner? Yes, he does. So Dan Turnbull has to concede for the moment, but watch out, he's trying to fight back as he goes. Chicane. Then it's in. No, I've lost it already. So on to the point. It's 81, 101, 110, 57, 111, 106, 50, 95, 72. I think that's the last one. So 81, Nick Joe pulling out a nice lead over 101. But don't discount Adam. He's going to try and back. I'm sure. Third, a great weekend for 10 Jake Trussler, who only came out of the juniors last year. Local driver. Well, I'm looking at here at 101. I don't think that is Adam Turnbull. I think that's Dan Turnbull. And Jake Trusser's dropped a segment on that rear right corner. It shouldn't make a big difference, but Will may have some. Now we've got the fight for the lower places. 57, 50, 111. All locked in battle as they go up and over the rise there. 57, Dave Elston trying to hold on to that spot, but 50, Richard Wellington may have got past as they've gone into the chicane section. I've lost sight of them for the moment. Right, number 81, Nick Drew, is on the fourth on the front row there, pulling away nicely now in first spot. So the running order at the moment, it's 81 in the lead, second is 101, third is 110, fourth is 50. Fifth is 111, sixth is 57, seventh is 106, and then eighth is 95, then 72 picking up the rear. So that group of three coming past you now, being led by 57, then 106, then 95. Those three battling for the lower places. Our leader around the paddock turn, number 81, Nick Drew, about to catch the tail ender, Kian Olner, number 72, very shortly. So we're about 5.5, well, coming up to 6 laps into the race now. Our leader coming round the paddock turn, 81 Nick Jersey crosses the line. That'll be 6 laps completed. Well, change of places for third. Richard Worthington, number 50, has got past 110. Jake Truster. Jake with a segment gone on that rear right corner. That might be just making the difference in performance. So we've got a new third place. That is Rich Worthington. Right, last lap board is now out. 1 lap to go. 81 Nick Drew away and gone. Still waiting for our second place. He's just come out of the pond now. Dan Turnbull, 101. Coming around the paddock turn. He's in a fairly comfortable second spot. Coming out of the pond in third spot is 50, Rich Worthington. So behind number 50 there in fourth spot is 110, Jake Trussler. And then the pink and white craft coming around the paddock turn now, Hannah Deacon in 111. So around the paddock turn for the last time, our leader comes through, 81. Nick Drew takes the win. A very convincing win in the end. Coming through in second spot, 101, Dan Turnbull. Coming through in third, Richard Worthington, number 50. Fourth is 110, Jake Trussler. Fifth is 111, Hannah Deacon. Sixth is 57, Dave Elston. Seventh is 106, Sarah Gill. Eighth place goes to 95, Darren Clark, and ninth is Kian Olner, number 72. So that's our Formula 50s done. Next group up, we've got two groups coming out together now. Not many craft in these two formulas. It's Formula 3 and Formula 35. Formula 3s will go at the front and Formula 35s behind. So the Formula 3s, they're running up to 250cc two-stroke, 500cc four-stroke. We do have two-stroke and four-stroke in this race for the F3s. The F35s, they run industrial four-stroke engines, typically a Briggs & Stratton, so sort of thing you see on a lawnmower or agricultural type of vehicle. And they're allowed to use 35 horsepower, air-cooled, and that is the total capacity of all the engines on board. Now, generally, that is split over two engines, so they'll be looking typically at something like 6 horsepower for lift, and then the rest for thrust. Now, they're also limited to the speed of the thrust fan as well, so you will hear a lower tone to that craft. Zoe Deacon is the lead craft in that category. 171, the purple and white craft. She is also the organiser of this event. So one busy young lady. Actually, I say young. She's not that young, but yeah. So coming onto the grid, the Formula 3s, you've just seen Dan Turnbull out in that race. His daughter now out, Laura Turnbull, 168. She's in pole position. Second spot, Richard, oh no, is it? No, it's not Richard Pound. Well, it is a pound, but not Richard. So I'm just checking through the sheets. Yes, No, it's Harry Pound. There we go. I had a blank moment there. So Harry Pound this time, the Sun in 144. Third spot is missing, and fourth spot is the four-stroke Howard Ash 147. And then coming back to the Formula 35s, I think we've only got one running now. The other one that was running has got some problems, so won't be out today. So Zoe Deacon with the only Formula 35, the purple and white craft there, 171. So, having mentioned the fact that she's also racing and the main organiser of this event this weekend, this event is actually run by the Southern Hover Club. So it's a branch of the Hover Club of Great Britain. We've been coming here, I'm not exactly sure how many years, but we're talking probably 30 years plus probably. We normally race on the bank holiday weekend. That's our traditional date. So we would have 3 days of racing. But unfortunately this year, the World Championships, which have been delayed due to COVID, is going to be happening in Sweden this time. And it's the weekend after the bank holiday. Oh, we got some cheerleaders up there. I'll come up in a minute and talk to you. So it's... logistics-wise, to run the August Bank Holiday and National here, and then the World Championships a week later, which is in Sweden, it just wasn't going to happen. So that's why this week, the event has happened this weekend rather than the normal bank holiday. I'm going to find out who this lot here for now. I've seen a lot of hand waving. The group I'm talking about, you can't see it there, but oh, apparently I'm stuttering. Oh, I keep losing the signal. Yeah, I need a bigger aerial. Oh, be careful where I'm walking. So who's waving up here? Who are we cheering for? Everyone! Conrad! Well, Conrad's not out in this one. So that looks like the 2-minute board. Oh, cheering anyone! Everyone! You're not fussed. That's what I like to hear. Right, so just 4 craft in this race. Don't forget 8 laps. Here we go, we're on the lights. Hammer away. So it's 168 off into the lead. Then 144, 147, then the Formula 35, Zoe Deacon in 171. So Zoe in that Formula 35 craft, she is at a disadvantage power-wise, but she shouldn't be that far behind the Formula 3s. So our lead has changed. So the order now, it's obviously changed on the far side out of view. We got Harry Pound as our new leader, 144, then 147 Howard Ash, and Lord Turnbull 168 drops from first to third on this first lap, but I'm sure she's going to try and fight back. So Harry Pound round the paddock turn. He's popped a segment on that front right corner, but shouldn't be a major problem. He's pulling away from the other two. Howard Ash 147 still trying to fend off 168 Laura Turnbull. Oh, that is not good. 171 Zoe Deacon. She got a plume of smoke coming out from the thrust engine. That is not a good sign. So Zoe Deacon, that's the first time I've seen that from Zoe's craft, so something major has happened there. So we're only F35 out of the race. There's a lot of smoke coming out, but it doesn't look as though it's not turned into a fire, so that's good news. So Howard Ash, 147 in second spot, still being chased by Laura Turnbull, 168. That's 3 laps completed. Well, third spot, Laura Turnbull is closing down that gap to Howard Ash as they go up the rise there into the chicane section. Meanwhile, our leader away and gone and just dropping onto the pond now. That's 144, Harry Pound. So 5 laps completed now, 3 laps to go. Right, here we go. The challenge for that second spot is on. Howard Ash is going to really have to take a tight line now and not leave the door open because Laura Turnbull in 168 will be there trying to get through. Up and over the rise. Then those Satalas go into that chicane section. Well, I can hear the Formula 2s firing up now in the paddock. They're the next group up. Right, I've just had an update from Zoe Deacon's 171. The smoke was due to an oil leak, so hopefully that's not a major disaster for Zoe. But that's what the smoke was. There was a major oil leak from that 4-stroke on the thrust. So last lap board is now up and through the line. 1 lap to go now. Harry Pound 144. Half a lap up on second and third, who are still doing battle as they drop onto the pond. It's still Howard Ash 147, still being chased by Laura Turnbull 168. So a very easy win in the end for Harry Pound 144. He takes the win. Oh, it's all happened out of sight. It's a change of places for second spot. So barring disasters around the paddock turn now, it's going to be Laura Turnbull 168 that takes second. So the pressure that she's been putting on Howard has paid off on that last lap, somewhere out of my sight. So she takes second, then coming through in third, 147 Howard Ash. So our next group up now, we're stepping up the pace, Formula 2. So the criteria for Formula 2 is up to 600cc 2-stroke, 750cc 4-stroke. We do have a 4-stroke out in this group. It is the pole sitter, and that is the yellow and black craft coming out in just a moment. There we go. You'll hear a completely different tone. It's deep roar to it. Peter Symes Thompson, number 89. So running through the grid, our pole position is 89 Peter Symes Thompson in that big 4-stroke. Second spot is Simon Oakley, number 55. Third spot is missing at the moment. I think that's going to be number 92, who's just coming through now. That's Wayne Hill. Fourth spot is Dave Palfrey, 61. And completing the front row, number 82, Cy Francis. So second row, number 40, David Worsdell. So David, first weekend of racing in the main categories. He's just come up through the novices. Alongside him, 92, Wayne Hill. So third spot, just exiting the paddock now, that is number 35, Keith Rhodes. And if you didn't pick up earlier what I was saying about Keith, he's in his more senior years, shall we say. And so if you're sitting up thinking, oh, is this all for the youngsters? Yeah, well, think on again. 35, Keith Rhodes is going to be dropping into third spot there on the front row. Right, you'll notice when the craft come up onto the grid, they have to go through a procedure. They shut down the engines with the grid marshal in front of them to show that when they stop the engines, they pull their lanyard to stop the engine. The lanyard is a safety device. So in the event of a driver coming out, that cord that connects effectively the driver to the switch that stops the engine. So the driver comes out, switch gets pulled, engine gets cut, craft doesn't go racing off without them. So that is tested and checked every time they go out for the race. If there is a failure, then they go through a procedure where a scrutineer has to be called, and hopefully it's a quick fix, and it just gets approved and out they go. Right, we were on the 2-minute board and hold. We're now on the 2-minute board properly. So 2 minutes away from the start. Wayne Hill is number 92 there, just making sure his GoPro is catching his best side. There we go. And we're now on the 1-minute board. 1-minute board. So coming up to the start. Oh, we're on the lights and we're away. Very quick start on the lights. So it is 89 into the lead, followed by 82, 35, 61, 55, 92 and 40 picking up the rear. So first onto the water, it's still 89 Peter Simon Thompson. He's being chased by 82 Simon Francis. Then Keith Rhodes 35, 55 Simon Oakley. Then we got Dave Palfrey 61 being challenged by 92 Wayne Hill. Then 40 David Worsdell picking up the rear. So our leader, Peter Simons Thompson, coming around the paddock turn now, pulling out a nice lead over 82, Cy Francis, then Keith Rhodes 35, then Simon Oakley 55, then Dave Palfrey 61. Oh, Wayne Hill, number 92, got a hand up. I didn't think that thrust engine was sounding quite right the last lap through. So Wayne Hill out of the race by the looks of it. He pulls off to one side. So crossing the line, our leader has now completed 3 laps. So our leader just exiting the pond has already caught the tail ender, 40 David Worsdale. Pete going the wrong way around. He's popped a segment on that front right corner, but it shouldn't be a big problem. And crossing line in second place with a good second position is 82 Cy Francis. And side by side, crossing the line, Simon Oakley, 55, has made the challenge on 35, Keith Rhodes, and it looks as though he's made it stick as it goes into the chicane section. So 5 laps completed now. Wow, Simon Oakley, number 55, is going past you now. Managed to get past Keith Rhodes, number 35, but he's got a long way to move up and catch the next place up. So Dave Palfrey, 61, gets lapped there. Dave down in 5th place. Last lap board has gone out for our leader. So about half a lap to go now for our leader, number 89. Here we go, round the paddock turn for the last time. Number 89, Peter Symes-Thompson, comes through to take a very convincing win with that big 4-stroke. Coming through in second spot, number 82, Cy Francis. And coming around the paddock turn, number 55, Simon Oakley will take third place. And fourth place goes to 35, Keith Rhodes. Fifth goes to 61, Dave Palfrey. Fifth place, 61, Dave Palfrey. Sixth goes to number 40. So 40, David Worsdall crosses the line in sixth place. So we're now dropping down the speed now, and hopefully not the excitement. We're going to go down to our juniors now. So juniors aged 13 to 16 years of age. Right, as the juniors are being gritted up, the course construction team are busy at work, so I think this race will be put on the 2-minute board and hold. There we go, that's gone up now, so they've been officially noted, they're on 2 minutes, so anybody coming out onto the grid now will have to forfeit their position, so that 2 minute is now suspended for the moment. So our pole sitter, Josh Morales, number 43. And second spot, we still got Serena Hackett coming through, number 10. I think she might be dropping into second or third. Fourth is 48, Josh Trussler, local driver. You saw his brother out earlier, Jake Trussler. Completing the front row, number 95, Charlie Clark. Luke Hudson in number 46 on the second row. Then 45, Charlie Moore. Then alongside Charlie Moore, number 45, we've got Joe Smith, 24. Then Oscar Lewington, 53. That completes row 2. So dropping into the front row in second spot is Ollie Brand, 155. And then in third spot, Serena Hackett, number 10. So 7 crafts on the grid. They're going to be doing 8 laps. So a short delay at the moment whilst the course construction team are putting the safety netting back up again, I suspect. So just another reminder, if you have come today and this is your first time, we have been coming here on a regular basis for about the last 30 years. We've got a cheerleading team going on up there, I can hear. But we are normally here on the August bank holiday. That's traditionally when we've been here, but it's been altered this weekend because it would clash with the World Championships, which are being held in Sweden. They've already been delayed due to COVID, so that's the reason for the date change this year. And looks as though we've got an issue with our pole sitter. So I was saying to you earlier about the lanyard switch. It's the lanyard that drivers have to have attached to them to this engine. It's a cord that attaches to the driver somewhere, usually on the wrist. It goes to the switch, so in the event of a driver coming out, the craft doesn't go herring off without them. So that lanyard is checked, not just the fact that it's fitted, but also that it works when they come out onto the grid. And that procedure has, at the moment, failed on the pole sitter for the race. So he's now going through the process of trying to find the problem. It's usually a loose wire somewhere. So if they get that fixed, they have to then go through the process of starting the engine and proving it can start, stop on a set number of times. So we've gone on to the 2-minute board. So the car's construction has finished. Our pole sitter is being pulled off to one side whilst that lanyard issue is being sorted. So Josh Morales with the lanyard problem, our pole sitter has been pulled off to one side. So hopefully they can get him into the race, but we'll have to see on that one. So 8 craft now lined up on the grid. That effectively puts Ollie Brand, number 155, in the prime position to get into that turn first. 1 minute away from the start. There we go, we're on the lights. And we're away. And it is Ollie Brand 155. He's off into the turn first. Then it's a bit of a jumble. Oh, it's 95, Charlie Clark drops into second. Third is 10, Serena Hackett. Then Josh Truster, Luke Hudson. No, I've lost it. Might have been Oscar Lewington, then somebody else after. A couple of craft, but I've lost the rest. So we'll pick them up as they come through. So 43, they're still struggling to solve that lanyard issue. That's a bit of a disaster for our pole sitter there. So Ollie Brand 155 now, with already pulling out a bit of a lead over second spot. 95, Charlie Clark. Then 10, Serena Hackett. 48, Josh Trussler. Luke Hudson, 46. 53, Oscar Lewington. Then 45, Charlie Moore. And then Joe Smith, 24, picking up the rear. So Ollie Brand now crossing the line, 155 with a fairly good lead. Second spot. Charlie Clark, 95, opening up the gap to Serena Hackett, number 10 in third. Fourth is Josh Truster, 48, then Luke Hudson, 46. 53, Oscar Lewington, 45, Charlie Moore. So it is 3 laps completed for our leader now. Well, whilst there aren't any major challenges going on, those group of craft that have just gone past you, any of those making a small mistake, and that could all change very quickly. So Joe Smith, number 24, the tail ender has just been passed by the leader just for the chicane section. Charlie Clark, 95, in a comfortable second. Then we get the group coming through, led by Serena Hackett. She's in third. Fourth is Josh Trussler, then 46, Luke Hudson, 53, Oscar Lewington, Charlie Moore, 45, just getting a bit of a lift there from the thrust air of Oscar as they came across the line. Oh dear, that's not good. Joe Smith. Oh, Joe Smith trying to get out the pond there. He's obviously got a problem. Straddled the exit there. Serena Hackett came into contact. Don't think there's been any major problem, but Joe Smith, number 24, has been pulled off to one side. Lost a lot of skirt segments on that front right corner. And we lost Oscar Lewington. Round the paddock turn, Oscar Lewington, the engine has suddenly stopped going round the paddock turn, so that is the running order has changed. So we've got 155 in the lead, 95 still in second, third is 10 Serena Hackett, fourth is Josh Truster, number 48, fifth is Luke Hudson, 46, then Charlie Moore, 45 in seventh, And Oscar being pulled off to one side, so it looks as though his race may be run. So here we go. There's this group coming through, led by Serena Hackett in number 10. She's in third spot. Fourth, Josh Russell, 48, 46, 43, the leader. Oh, sorry, 43 is on track now, but a lot of catching up to be done. He was the pole sitter, had that lanyard failure, so he's back into the race, but in last place. It's a case of now him trying to get enough laps on the chart to score some points. So 1 lap to go now. Last lap board is up. 1 lap to go. Second across the line in a fairly comfortable second. Charlie Clark, 95. And there we got the next group coming through. Serena Hackett, 10 in third. Fourth, Josh Trusser, 48. Then 46, Luke Hudson. 45, Charlie Moore. Oh, Josh Trusser getting the craft up on his side and then hit of a bit of a bump. Got away with it, but that's how quickly it can change. So Ollie Brand, 155, takes a very convincing win. And Charlie Clark, number 95, again takes a convincing second. Right on the paddock turn, crossing the line in third spot, number 10, Serena Hackett. Fourth goes to Josh Truster, 48. Fifth goes to Luke Hudson, 46. Sixth goes to 45, Charlie Moore, just crossing the line now. So after Charlie Moore in 6th, 7th is 53, Oscar Lewington. 8th is 24, Joe Smith. And 9th is 43. Has he got enough laps on the chart? Well, we'll have to check on that. In 9th place. So we're now going to pick up the pace. The Formula Ones are next up. So in this category, forget the CC, it's all about horsepower. So unlimited capacity in this particular group. We're looking at the order of about 180 to 220 horsepower for thrust, and then a lift engine as well. Acceleration off the line, they will out-accelerate most standard road cars from 0 to 60. They'll top out at around about 80 mile an hour. So coming through to take pole position is number 1, this time being driven by Callum Beale. Right, I've just been informed up in the car park area, it's become so full that there are cars blocking other cars in. So if you have parked in such a way that you're blocking somebody else, can you please move your car? It's hot today. We don't want tempers frying. So if you have parked in such a way that you're blocking somebody, can you please move your car so that those cars can get out? Thank you very much. So coming back to the grid, well, we got one win apiece yesterday from number 1 and number 22. So number 1, Callum Beale, got the win in the last race, so he takes up pole position. 22, Damien Rhodes in second. Third is number 11, Rob Heisman, and fourth is number 12, Kevin Eastwood. Kevin not having a good day yesterday, so watch out for him. He's the dark horse in this race. He had issues with the lift unit. And in the first open race earlier, that craft was on song, so watch out for that one. You would have seen number 1 out earlier. That would have been Callum's dad, Conrad Beale, a former UK, European and world champion in Formula 1. So, son taking up the mantle now. So whilst we're waiting for the, I think it's the course construction at the moment, the opportunity now to say that if you do go away from today and you want to find out some more information about the club as a whole, not just the racing side, there's a cruising side as well, then the main club website is at www.hovercraft.org.uk. Of course, you can follow us on Twitter, Facebook and Instagram, and the handle for all three of those is at official HCGB. Well, looks as though we're now moving towards the start now. The drivers are getting ready and the 2-minute board has gone up. So 2 minutes away from the start. And we're now on the 1 minute board. 1 minute away from the start. Well, I think the leader at the moment is 22 Damien Rhodes. Wait for them to come into view. Yep, there we go, 22 Damien Rhodes. Then Kevin Eastwood, 12. Then 1 Callum Beale. So round the paddock turn. Damien Rhodes, 22, has now got 12. Kevin Eastwood chasing him down. Third spot, number 1, Callum Beale. Then 11, Rob Heisman in 4th. So Damien Rhodes away and clear now. What's happened to second spot? Kevin Eastwood, I've lost him. He's out of my sight somewhere, so looks as though we've lost Kevin Eastwood. So second spot is now Callum Beale, who puts it up on his side as he comes round the pond there. Well, Callum not getting a good run off the line. He was challenging for first place and got it in the last race yesterday, but he's off the pace this morning. Oh, there's Kevin Eastwood, back on track, but in last place at the moment. So whatever happened, out of my view, that was just temporary. Okay, it looks as though it's a problem with the thrust unit. I can see him fiddling with something just behind him. So Kevin Eastwood, number 12, very much in cruise mode. So I think Callum Beale, number 1, has realised that he doesn't have any chance of catching the leader, so he's probably not going to push it to the limit. He's in a solid second. Kevin Eastwood, number 12, dropped out, so that's in third place, and that means last as well as Rob Heisman, number 11. So we're now midpoint in the race. Our leader goes through. 22 Damien Rhodes, he's just about to catch Rob Heisman and pass him. And putting him a lap down. Oh, Rob Heisman goes past me, number 11, and that thrust engine didn't quite sound on song. In fact, Rob was looking down, so I'm not quite sure whether he's got a technical issue there. So that's 6 laps gone now. 2 laps to go for our leader. Barring anything going wrong, he should take the win in this race. He's far enough ahead of Callum Beale, just coming around the paddock turn in second. So last lap board is now out. Our leader goes through. 22 Jamie Rose, 1 lap to go. So around the paddock turn, 22 Damien Rhodes takes a very convincing win this time. Number 1 Callum Bill, who took the last win, not able to match the pace. I think that was all lost the initial run on the line when the lights went to green. So that's the order they finished in. Damien Rhodes 22 took first. Callum took second in number 1. Third goes to Rob Heisman. And fourth, well, Kevin Eastwood returning back to the paddock with a problem. So we now drop the pace down, but not necessarily that excitement, hopefully. The Colts are up next. So the Colts coming through now onto the grid. So the age range for these Colts has been dropped this year. They're now 10 to 13 years of age. So starting at 10 years old. Now obviously they are restricted in what they can run power-wise, but also the amount of actual thrust they can produce out the back. So no good tweaking the engine to give you more power, because at the end of the day, you can only produce a certain amount of thrust. So you will see sometimes on some craft, the engine is effectively giving too much thrust, so they've put a device in front of the fan to reduce the amount of air getting into the fan and improving the thrust. Number 44, Lily Elston, is one of those that's just gone through, and sounds like the Lily fan club is up there already. Go Lily. Right, so pole position, Nathan Ash, number 147. Second spot is 55, Ben. We're on a 2-minute board. Third spot is Lily Elston, 44th. Fourth is missing. 9th is there. And the name's gone from my head. And we got number 75. That name's gone out of my head. Is actually brand new this weekend. We got one coming out. There's a late starter. That's Emily Lewington coming out as a late starter. So number 9 on the front row there's Kerris Rhodes. So 75 on the second row is Harley Allman in number 75 there, second row. So Emily Lewington being held at the back there in number 153. So she'll be chasing the rest as she goes off. So 6 laps for this one, 6 laps. And 75, the engine has decided it doesn't want to play. So trying to fire it up, out, and we're there. So 75, good to go. So 6 craft in this race. Oh, Lily Elston getting a bit twitchy on the throttle there. So they might be Colts and young, but they tend to be very twitchy on the throttle. They know they've got to get off the line quick. So a quick drag back into position because they don't have any reverse. There we go, they're away. And it's 55, Ben into the lead. Then Nathan 147, then Kerris 9, then 44, Lily. Then 75, then 153. So number 55, Ben has got a nice lead already. At the end of lap 1, followed by Nathan in 147, then Lily 44, she's moved her way up into 3rd spot. Then Kerris in number 9. Well, number 55, Ben's willing that craft to go a bit faster. As he came to the line, he's got quite a good lead now. And then Nathan in 147, second. Lily in 44, in a fairly good third. Lily not getting off to the greatest of starts. She's pulled it back, though, to third spot. I don't think she's going to get any further up the field unless there's any mistakes. Fourth crossing the line now is Keris, number 9. And 75 Harley, his first weekend of racing, has taken it gingerly around the paddock turn there. And the catch netting is like being a magnet and drawing him into it, but he's managed to get away from it. And so Harley back on track, number 75. So we're now midpoint in the race. Ben goes through, number 55. 3 laps completed. It's a 6-lap race for the Colts. Well, around the paddock turn, number 55, Ben has got a really good lead now. He's even got a nod of approval from his sister, who stood right by me here with the flag marshal, as a flag marshal. So Nathan going past you now, 147. In a solid second spot. And Lily, number 44, coming through again in a solid third. Coming around the paddock turn is Keris in number 9. So the last lap board is now up. 1 lap to go. 55 is the leader. Nathan still currently in second spot, number 47. Lily crosses the line, number 44, currently in third. Oh dear, 75. Harley has got attracted to that catch netting again. It's like a magnet, it's drawing him into it. As I say, it's first weekend out for Harley, so we expect some errors. Nothing major, but all part of his learning curve. So the winner crosses the line. Ben goes through to take the win in number 55. Nathan crosses the line in second, number 147. And third across the line is number 44, Lily. And after Lily in fourth spot is 9, Keris. Then fifth spot is 153, Emily. And then 6, number 75, Harley. So the next group up, novices. We only, unfortunately, have 2 here. It's the one thing with the novices, the numbers do fluctuate throughout the season as they qualify up. So we have actually got one novice, Trev Gibson, number 83, I think it is, who is a novice, well into his 15 races now. He'll be in the red craft there. And the other craft, the blue and white craft, Georgia Olner, she's moved up from the juniors, so she has to do a number of novice races before she can qualify up into the main groups. Now with the novices, they can use any of the main Formula craft apart from the Formula Ones. So novices will be doing 8 laps. After this novice race, we'll be going into the open race, which will be open to all the main formulas, apart from the novice, junior and Colts. Then we'll be going for a break. So at the break, hopefully you'll be able to come into the paddock and have a look around, but I will announce that when it comes up. Well, we've got another one there, Mike Jefferson coming out in 107, that's Formula 3. The other 2s are Formula 50 spec. So 2 minutes away from the start now.
Just in case the wind picks up and it starts flapping about, so I'm just going to put a fall on it. So hopefully it stays down there. We actually had years and years ago German.
Well, Mike Chiverton has got an engine there that doesn't want to play at the moment. He's pulling it over. The other two are up and running with 1 minute to go now. Well, it's not looking good for Mike Chiverton at 107 at the moment. That engine's still refusing to start, so they're going to pull the grid marshals, pull him off to one side for the moment to clear the track. Oh, it's going to go straight on the trailer, but looks it. So he still has the opportunity to get into the race if they can get it sorted. But meanwhile, the other two are off and running. So 51, George Olner off first. Then Trev Gibson in pursuit. Well, yesterday the 83 cross, the red and black one, Trev Gibson got off first, and then Georgia had to chase. This time she's got the run off the line and is now pulling away from Trev. So I can't see any great battle going on here unless Georgia runs into trouble. As I say, the next race up will be the open formula race, so we get a complete mixed bag with that one before we go into a break. So 107 has managed to get back on track again. Mike Chiverton, whatever that problem was, they've managed to get it sorted. So just as a matter of interest, number 107, that craft is not owned by a specific person. It's sort of available for club members to race. They just sort of basically hire it for the weekend from the club, and go out and do their races, which is, cases where the driver doesn't want to lay out on the craft immediately. They want to find out whether they actually like it before doing that commitment of actually building a craft themselves. So Mike Chiverton is one of those. Now Mike actually started with the club at this race meeting quite a few years ago, and joined our marshalling team because he'd got a lot of experience on boats. And at a lot of our race meetings, we do have a rescue boat. Obviously not here. There's not much water to actually use. So he does come in handy at those sites. Well, the crafts are already starting to form up at the Paddock exit for this open race. This is where we tend to see the second driver coming out. A lot of these craft will be run as teams. That obviously helps with the running costs these days, which are just the fuel alone, as we all know, is painful when you go to the pumps. So if you're thinking of getting a craft and you want to team up with somebody, it can be a family member or just a friend, whatever, then that is a good way of coming in. So the secondary driver, will see a lot of those in this open race. They quite often do the, one driver will do the national races and then the other driver will do the open races. So when I run through the grid for this open race, I'll point out the ones where we've got the secondary driver. Well, 107, Mike Chiverton returns back to the paddock. So the next time through for our leader, it'll be one lap to go. The last lap board is now waiting for our leader. She's just dropping onto the water now. There we go, 1 lap to go now. Now Georgia's got some bits hanging off the back there. That isn't a major problem unless that whole section comes detached. It's what we call a skirt trim. The skirt segments are held on with quite often with a small metal clip, and then there's a trim that goes over the top, and that trim's come loose at the back, so not a major problem. So Georgia owner comes through, checkered flag, a very easy win for Georgia this time. Oh, Trev Gibson round the paddock turn. He will take second. As soon as he's gone through, the next group will be set up. They're already on the 5-minute board, so the grid will be formed up very quickly now for this open Formula race. Directly after this, we will have a break. It looks like we're running slightly behind on time, so I'll give you an update on the timings after this race. But there should be an opportunity for members of the public to come in during that break. All other times, while the craft are operating, we keep it closed off to members of the public. Well, that's not a good start. Wayne Hill coming onto the grid, and he's now returning back to the paddock. So Wayne Hill returns back to the paddock. I'm not quite sure why. Right, start running through the grid. Pole sitter is missing. That should be number 1, the Formula 1. Oh no, he's on the front row there. So now I've lost it with who's the pole should be. But second spot is 55. This time Sue Oakley. Runs as a team with her husband. Some cheerleaders or something. 2-minute board, so I'm going to quickly run through now. 82 is Cy Francis. Number 1 Conrad build this time. So Dad out this time, 144. This time it's Richard Pound in that Formula 3. 106 on the second row, then 61. Katrina Palfrey this time instead of her dad. Third row, 57, Cole Smith, then 52, Aaron Sutton, both of those Formula 50s, and then 101, Dan Turnbull at the back. So we got anything from a Formula 3 right up to the Formula 1 in this race. And we got 9 crafts on the grid. So 9 crafts on the grid for this race. Anything from a Formula 3 up to a Formula 1. Here we go, we're on the lights. And we're away. So there's a false start. I think there may have been an issue with the start lights. So the drivers have been shown the black and yellow flag. They know now to return back to the grid. They'll be re-gridding and we'll get this race underway again. So I don't think anybody actually jumped the lights. So we'll get to find out whether somebody gets the yellow card. That's a new system in this year. So like you see on the football match, football player will get a yellow card, then a red card. That system has been introduced this year for us as well. So if a driver is seen to be jumping the start, they will get a yellow card. So let's see if that comes out this time. But I believe it may have been an issue with the actual light system. Right, they go through a set procedure now. We're back on the 2-minute board. Well, a very short minute. We're down to the 1-minute board. So drivers are now prepped, ready to go. Let's see if we can get the light sequence right this time. There we go, we're on the flag and they're away. And it's number 1, Conrad Beerloff first in that Formula 1. Then side by side is 55 and 82. Side by side still to go up the rise. And they've unlocked, they were locked together. It is 82 in second, then 55 in third. Both of those Formula 2s. Nobody giving way there. So the Formula 1, as expected, first one onto the pond there. Well, Conrad pushing that craft fast. He got the side up in the air as he went past me just then. Second through the line, 82 Cy Francis, then 55 Sue Oakley. Then the Formula 3, 144, Richard Richard Pound, then Katrina Palfrey, Formula 2, 61. Then 106. Then 57, then 52. So Conrad Bill, oh, he's gone. Already half a lap up on the rest of the field. Here comes the battle for second. Cy Francis 82, still holding off Sue Oakley, number 55. Fourth crossing the line, 144, Richard Pound, then Katrina Palfrey, 61. Then 106, John Cotton. No, John Scriven, sorry. John Scriven. Then 57, Carl Smith, but he's already been lapped by the leader, as has 52, Aaron Sutton. Well, number 82, Cy Francis, popped a segment on that front right corner. Shouldn't be a big problem unless it gets worse, in which case Sue in that number 55 class will seize upon the opportunity and try and make a challenge for that second spot. Right, second spot, still Cy Francis 82, but they're now getting into the traffic. Sue Oakley 55, almost alongside as they come into the paddock turn. They get through the back markers, but Sue has closed that gap down as they run through past you and up the rise there. So our leader around the outside of the paddock turn. Got the power. 5 laps completed now. Well, that fight for second spot, Cy Francis in number 82 has managed to open up a bit of a gap now to Sue Oakley in number 55 there. So, Conrad Bill, the leader. Number 1 goes through the line. 1 lap to go. The last lap board is now out. Well, with one lap to go, that battle for second looks as though it's over. Cy Francis, 82, has now pulled away and opened up that gap to third spot, Sue Oakley, number 55. And coming round the paddock turn for the last time, number 1, Conrad Bill, takes the win in that Formula One. Well, second spot, Cy Francis, 82. He's got some traffic in front of him coming round the paddock turn, but he's got enough of a gap to Sue in number 55. So Cy Francis, number 82, takes second. Third goes to Sue Oakley in 55. So that's the first three. It's a Formula One that takes the win. Formula 2 in second and third. Fourth goes to Formula 3, Richard Pound, 144. And then in fifth spot, 61, Katrina Palfrey, then 106, John Scriven in 106, then 52 is Aaron Sutton, oh no, I'm reading the number wrong. Oh, 57, Cole Smith in 7th, 8th is 52, is Aaron Sutton. Right, we're now going to go to a break. I'm now waiting for an update on the start time of our next race. Right, so we're just waiting for the track to be cleared, and I'm going to get an update on the start time for the next race, unless they've already told me and I've forgotten. Nothing ordinary, but I don't think they have. So looks as though there will be a short delay. We should have been starting at 2:20, but that's not too far away now. So the next race will start at 2:40. So drivers and public, the next race will start at 2:40. So members of the public, you've got until 2:25 to come into the paddock and have a look around. If you are doing that, please can I ask, if you are a smoker, to refrain from smoking in the paddock area. You need to be careful anywhere at this location because the grass is tinder dry, and that's no vaping as well. If you've got any small children with you, please make sure they don't clamber on the craft, and please make sure that they keep away from the hot exhaust, which can be anywhere on the craft. They tend to be down the side, so watch out for those. The drivers are usually quite amenable to answering questions unless they got their heads stuck in an engine. So if you want any sort of more technical information, they'll be more than happy usually to speak to you. I know a lot of you have been coming on a regular basis, so you'll know the drivers very well. So we're going to start the next race after this break, and we'll be going into our second block of racing. The green craft that has gone off, I think up your end, for those of you who weren't here yesterday or this morning, that is the world's first ever all-electric hovercraft. I'm proud to say that it's been designed and built by my brother, Keith Oakley. So still very much in development stage. Obviously batteries are difficult to keep topped up. There are solar panels down the side, but they're only making a very small dent into the charging rate of the batteries. But it is incredibly quiet. It took three of us, carried three of us earlier. I went out with my wife, Charlotte Oakley, earlier. as passengers with my brother driving. So, oh, he's brought one of the marshals back. Oh, there you go. How nice. Keith Lovell getting a ride back. It's incredibly quiet. Keith actually owns the world's quietest hovercraft anyway, which is prior to this one. He's very much been developing the lower noise side of this sport. So now the availability of electric systems, although even in technology like cars, it's all still relatively new. So you know you can't go a million miles on a battery. So it's still very much early days. But this is a world's first. Oh, that's me. Is that me making all that sound? Don't know why. Unless it's that electric craft that's right by the speaker. That's an interesting one. Is that the electric craft that's making that sound? No? Okay, it's gone off. Oh, bugger, that means it's me then. Right, okay, it's 25 past. That means that any members of the public in the paddock area, if you've come down to have a look, you need to finish off now and start making your way back to the public viewing area. So this is a call for all members of the public in the paddock area. Can you please finish off your viewing and questioning, etc., and make your way back to the public viewing area. The next race will start at 2:40. So we'll be coming out onto grid at 2:30. And we go into our last block of racing for the weekend. So it's 8 races still to come up. Now, for those of you that up on the bank there that are effectively new to watching, I know many of you have been here for many years. I see the regular faces because we've been here quite a number of years now. And so different generations have come through and come down with parents and then grandparents, etc., etc. So if you do want to get involved with the sport or find out more information, then go to www.hovercraft.org.uk. Of course, you can follow us on the usual Twitter, Facebook and Instagram, and the handle for all 3 of those is @official HCGB. Now, if you are in the car park up there, parked, just be wary of where you're parking, because there were incidents earlier, I gathered, where cars were getting blocked in. So just be a bit considerate to others when you're parking. I understand it's a bit full up there, which is great. Means there's lots of people watching, but it doesn't help when people are trying to get out. So our craft will be coming out into the grid in just a moment for this Formula 50 race. We all right here, team? Good to go? Oh, I'm speaking over the speakers now. Haha. I wasn't talking to you, public. I was having a different conversation. I just realised I left my mic on. There we go. So, the grid is now forming up for this Formula 50 race. For those of you who weren't here earlier in the day, and this is our first time, then this formula is designed around the Rotax 503 engine. It's a twin-cylinder air-cooled. It's been around for many, many years. And you would typically see it in something like a microlight. Now, the principle of this formula is that it's basic. So the engine pretty much comes out the bottom. No special, there's no special exhaust. Effectively, it's a level playing field, but you'll see that that level playing field is not quite level because it's faster than that. So a lot of that to design the craft, because once you go beyond the engine and the fact that you can use one fan to actually provide both lift and thrust, it's all down then to hull design and skirt design. Now, I'm looking at the grid. Yeah, the majority of the craft run the engine the right way up. I would say the right way up, with the pistons, cylinder head up the top, and the crank down the bottom. So that means the engine is lower, centre of gravity is lower, and you run through a drive belt system. Now, most of them are running that particular setup. There is one that's running the other way up with the engine upside down. So typically, as you would see in a microlight, and that's number 72, the white craft on the back, on the second row there. So I'm just going to run through the grid very quickly. 101, Dan Turnbull this time, racing in that particular craft. He was his son, but Dan's taken over the mantle. So it's over to Dad now to prove the mettle on this one. But he was challenged by 81 Nick Drew, who won the last race convincingly. Nick dropped to fourth on the front row. He's now up into second. So 81 Nick Drew in second there. 110 is Jake Trussler. He's recently come out of the junior category last year. He's only done two. This is only his second race meeting in the adults. So he's doing incredibly well. Local driver. You'll see his brother out later, Josh, in the juniors. So that's 110 Jake Truster. 111 is Hannah Deacon, the pink and white craft there. And then completing the front row is Richard Worthington, number 50. That completes the front row. That's the all black craft. Second row, we've got Dave Elston, number 57. Then 106, Sarah Gill. 95, Darren Clark. 72, Kian Olner. That completes row 2. On row 3, we got number 52, Abby Beale. Right, we're about to, there we go. 2 minutes away from the start now. So all the races this afternoon, 8 laps, apart from the Colts, who will be doing 6 laps. And we're now on the 1 minute board. Here we go, we're on the lights. And we're away. And it's Nick Drew. I think it's going to make it into the turn first. Yes, it's Dan Turnbull, drops in second. So it's 81, 101, 110, 50 moving up past 110. Then 111, 57, 106, and then I've lost it. So I'll pick them up as they drop onto the pond. Well, change of places, it's 101, Dan Turnbull that's now the new leader. Followed by 81, Nick Drew. So out of my sight, the leader's changed. Dan Turnbull has popped a segment on one side of the craft. That may make the difference. Shouldn't be a big problem, but it might just take a bit of pace off. So it's 101, 81, 50 in third, 110, 111, 57, 106, 72, 95, and 52 picking up the rear. So around the paddock turn, it's still Dan Turnbull, 101 that's leading, but Nick Drew, 81 is there, sticking with him. Then the gap to 50, Richard Worthington in third, then 110, Jake Truster, 111, Hannah Deacon. 57, Dave Elson, 106, Sarah Gill. 72 Kean Olner, then 95 Darren Clark, and 52 Abby Beale. The hand has gone up, so Abby Beale returning back to the paddock. So as they cross the line, it's still 101.81. Those two pulling away from the rest of the field. 81 Nick Drew there in second spot is looking to try and close that gap to try and mount a challenge. That could happen when they start catching the back markers. Right, Abby Beale, it looks as though she's going to try and feed back into the race, but she will be well down now on the rest of the field. Well, she is dropping into the back of the field, but she's also one lap down, so. Right, that gap is closing down. For the lead, round the paddock turn, 101 Dan Turnbull, still being chased and hunted down by 81 Nick Drew. Well, Kean Olner, number 72, has just come past me with skirt damage at the back. So you can see that back end bouncing over the ground there. Meanwhile, our leaders, here we go. The gap is closed right down now. It's still 101.81 as they cross the line. They're going to catch the back markers very soon now. Abby Beale, 52, is going to be the first back marker that they'll come up against as they all go through the chicane section. All right, Dan Turnbull round the paddock turn has opened up the gap. He's now got Kean Olner, who's got quite a lot of skirt damage. Hopefully Kean will see the leader approaching from behind and will move to one side as they come past you now. Nick Drew, number 81, will be looking to see if Dan Turnbull in front of him gets it wrong going past Kean Olner there, the back marker. So as the front runners come through the pond section, the last lap board is now waiting for them. They've still got traffic ahead of them. Darren Clark, 95, moves to one side to let them through. So still Dan Turnbull, 101 leading. 81 Nick Drew still chasing. Third spot is a long way back now. That's Rich Worthington, number 50. Fourth is 110, Jake Trussler, then 111, Han Deacons, 106, Sarah Gill, 57, Dave Elson, 95, Darren Clark, and 72, Kean Olner. Here we go, the run to the line. Dan Turnbull just needs to keep it tight. 101, Dan Turnbull takes the win. So close in second spot, but not close enough to mount that challenge properly. Nick Drew comes through in second spot. And crossing the line in third spot, 50, Richard Worthington. Fourth goes to Jake Trusser, 110, the local driver. And fifth goes to 111, Hannah Deacon. Sixth will go to 106, Sarah Grill, who's just crossing the line now. Seventh will go to 57, Dave Elston. Eighth goes to 95, Darren Clark, and ninth goes to 72, Kian Olner. Well, we should have two categories coming out now, Formula 3 and Formula 35. Not sure whether we get the 35 craft out. So it might be just the Formula 3s. The Formula 35 craft, Zoe Deacon, was out earlier and ended up having to return to the paddock with a whole load of smoke pouring out from the thrust engine. Turned out that there was an oil leak, whether they fix that or not, but Zoe has already sewn up the weekend anyway, points-wise. So just two Formula 3s on the grid at the moment. So these Formula up to 250cc 2-stroke, 500cc 4-stroke. And believe it or not, with two crafts on the grid, we got one of each. So 144, Harry Pound should be, I think. Runs as a team with his dad. I think it's Harry this time. In 144 with a 2-stroke. And then 147, Howard Ash, who's just decided to have a run back to the paddock. Not the sort of thing you need on a warm day like today with all that gear on, but there we go. He's running a 4-stroke. And dropping into pole position, 2-stroke, So still plenty more to come up this afternoon. We've still got the Formula 1s, Formula 2s, the open race, the juniors, the Colts. I've probably missed somebody, but novices. Sounds as if there might be a small delay. So I'm gonna come up the other end and talk to the spectators again and come along and harass you. So it looks as though the course construction team have got a bit of work to do. These drivers do like running over posts. I don't know why. And this ground is never, at the best of times, easy to get posts into. Above that thin layer of earth is a lot of gravel, shall we say. When we camp here, you need a sledgehammer just to get the pegs into the ground. So I'm walking past this first group here. Anybody got any questions? No? Nobody wave. I don't care. Nobody loves me. Right, I'm coming into the second section now. If you've got a question, put your hand up. No, I'm looking. I'm starting on this first section. I'm getting up to the troublemakers now. Oh, I'll see a hand. I'm coming up. Oh, there's that who was just waving for some. So it's just been pointed out that 144. Oh, my radio's gone all funny. Harry Pound should have been in that 144 craft, but he's gone home, so Dad's taken over the mantle. So Richard Pound in 144. Right, I'm going to ask this young man his question without the speakers going silly. So this young man has just asked me, do the drivers get cramp when they get out of the craft in their legs? It's a very good question. Some of them do get out of the craft rather tentatively, and I'm sure at the end of this weekend there'll be a lot of sore legs. Right, I've got somebody else. Hang on, I'm coming up to you. You got electric hovercraft, yeah. Why hasn't it gone through the pond yet? Because it is still very much in the early development, and if it was a nice smooth run through straight, he would have done it. But there's a bit of a drop onto the water, a turn, and coming out, and there's a lot of electrics on there that aren't necessarily waterproof at this stage. But that will come. Good question. Ooh. Right, so the question was from this young man, why does the hovercraft only have one fan instead of two? Well, the craft that are running here in this particular category, they have one fan at the back, and if you look closely, the bottom part of the fan, the air goes down into the hull and feeds into the skirt. I think the atmosphere's changed today. It wasn't whistling yesterday. I think I'm going to have to go down and tweak my amp. So here we go, we're off. So Laura Turnbull 168 goes off into the lead, then Richard Pound 144, then Howard Ash in 147. Let's go and have a run back, Neil, and turn down the volume a little bit so it doesn't squeal. As they come around the paddock turn, no change of places, it's still 168 Laura Turnbull, followed by Richard Pound, 144, and then Howard Ash, 147. So it's 2-stroke, 2-stroke, and 4-stroke. That's the order as they cross the line. I've got a question. Somebody's got a question. No, they're just shouting abuse at me. I don't think I'll answer that one. You don't want to know the question he's just asked me. Well, change of places. Round the back there, out of view. So our new leader is Richard Pound, 144. Then Laura Turnbull, 168. Then Howard Ash, 147. So out of my view, the lead has changed. So our leader, Richard Pound, 144, out of the water, is pulling out a nice lead now over Laura Turnbull, 168. Just coming out of the pond there. And Howard Ash still there in third spot, 147. Well, I'm not sure, but 147, who's just gone up on his side, brings it back down again. I think there may be some skirt damage at the very back. On that particular craft, he's got a two-design system. The majority of the round the outside are what we call segmented skirts, or finger skirts, if you want. But across the very back, on that particular craft, he's got what we call a bag skirt. So it's like a sausage filled with air on the back. And I got a feeling he's got a problem with that. Didn't look quite right as he came past last time. Yeah, there's definitely a problem with that rear skirt on 147. He's still going round, no threat to losing his place, obviously. He's behind in the main race, but there's nobody going to challenge him. So It's just a case of going round and collecting points. We're next lap through, they will have completed 6 laps, so 2 laps to go still after the leader goes through. And that is Richard Pound 144 coming round the paddock turn now. Our next formula is already lining up at the paddock exit, and that is Formula 2. So our leader's gone through. That's the last lap board it is now, so 1 lap to go. Well, crossing the line with a very convincing win in the end. 144, Richard Pound, first place. Second spot. Coming through now around the paddock turn is 168, Laura Turnbull. And coming through in third, 147, Howard Ash. So next group up, Formula 2. So we're now looking at upping the speed. So Formula 2, up to 600cc 2-stroke, 750cc 4-stroke. Now it's quite often a combination of 2 engines, but not necessarily. So when I get 600 and 750, that is the total of all engines on board, basically. So the pole sitter for this race, running the big 4-stroke, is number 89, Peter Symes-Thompson. So the big 4-stroke, 89 Peter Symes-Thompson takes the pole position. Dropping into second spot, 55, Simon Oakley. 2-stroke, and then 82, Cy Francis, 2-stroke. 4th is currently missing. 5th, completing the front row, Dave Palfrey, 61. Also a 2-stroke. Now I think I know which one's missing off the front row. That would have been Keith Rhodes. but unfortunately they've blown the piston. So that craft won't be out now. So the piston that got blown, it's a water-cooled engine, and they lost water in their last race. And yeah, it just basically cooked the engine, so the piston has gone. So dropping onto the second row, number 40, David Worsdell. Right, we're coming up to the 2-minute board now. So don't forget, quick one, go away today and you want to find out more information about the sport as a whole, because this is a national club that's running this one alongside the local branch. So local branch, southern branch of the Hover Club of Great Britain. And the website to go to for the national website is at www.hovercraft.org.uk. Well, David Worsdell has got on the line, and that thrust engine again is not firing up very quickly, so he's pulling away at it. The race won't be held for him, so is it running? Yes. So he's up and running, that's good. Last thing you need on a day like today when it's rather warm is to be all there in your geared up in all those clothes and then pulling away at an engine. So we are now on the 1-minute board, 1 minute away from the start. Here we go, we're on the lights. Hammer away. And it looks as though it's going to be, yep, number 89, Peter Armstrong, that goes into the rise first. Then I think it was Cy Francis in second spot. They've gone out of my sight now. Yeah, 89. No, I'll catch them as they come through now. So 89, Peter Armstrong puts the craft almost his hide, and he took a bounce as he came out and almost bounced himself out of the craft. Well, that shook him up for a moment. So our leader almost out of the race then. 82, Cy Francis in second. Third, battle for third between 61 Dave Palfrey and 55 Simon Oakley. Simon Oakley switches to the outside and squeezes past Dave Palfrey, I think. Yes, as he goes into that turn Up by the public end, he gets through into third. He's now going to try and chase Cy Francis. Right, our leader out of the pond this time, a bit more gracefully. No drama this time. Well, the first three's getting quite spread out now. That's 3 laps gone. So David Worsdall, number 40, about to be lapped by the leader as he goes around the paddock turn. Well, that's 5 laps completed by the leader now. So up after this Formula 2 race will be the junior race. So that's 6 laps completed, 2 laps to go now. So junior race up next, then F1s, Colts, Novices, open race still to come this afternoon. Well, next time through for our leader will be the checkered flag. Oh, Dave Palfrey making a mess as he comes out of the pond there. I'm not quite sure what he's done, but he's taken an excursion round the trees. Whether he's taking a evasive action, I'm not quite sure, but very experienced driver is Dave, but not quite sure what happened there. So Cy Francis takes the win, number 82. So we've lost Peter Symes-Thompson somewhere. Oh, further back, I missed that. So he's over there where no doubt you can all see and I can't. So Cy Francis picking up a win there. And second spot goes to 55, Simon Oakley. Third will go to 61, Dave Palfrey. Fourth goes to David Worsdall in number 14. Then Peter Symes-Thompson, 89. So our next group up are the juniors. So we're now looking at the age group is 13 to 16 years of age. They are restricted in what they can run. As a general guide, it's the Formula 3, Formula 50 or Formula 35 specification craft. So with the juniors moving into position, this is where I get all the parents walking past me to get onto the grid for those last minute panics when something doesn't go quite right and then they have to leap into action. So going to the grid, we've got Ollie Brand, 155 in the pole position. 43, Josh Morales, who was holding pole, had a disaster in the last race. Didn't get off the line. 2 minutes away from the start now. Third spot is Serena Hackett, number 10. Then Charlie Clark, 90. And then Josh Trusser, the local driver, number 48. That completes the front row. Second row, 46, Luke Hudson. 45, Charlie Moore. And then 53, Oscar Lewington. So 8 laps again for this group. There we go, we're on the lights and they're away. Well, let's see how it all pans out, but it does look as though it's Ollie Brand, or is it? No, it's Charlie Clark, 95. And then it's all, well, we'll have to wait as they come through. But it looks as though it was Charlie Clark that got up the rise and into that chicane first. Well, still Charlie Clark, 95. Oh, that was a bit of a bounce out of the pond there. Got away with it, but that was a close moment for Charlie. So 95 still leading. 155, Ollie Brandt in second. Being chased and challenged by now 43, Josh Morales. Then 10, Serena Hackett. 48, Josh Trusser. 46, Luke Hudson. 53, Oscar Lewington. And then 45, Charlie Moore. So it's all changed round behind the trees, behind my view. And so our new leader is Josh Morales, 43. Charlie Clark now dropping to second in number 95. Then Ollie Brand with skirt damage at the front. I don't think that'll be a big problem. So 155 in third. 10, Serena Hackett in fourth. Then 48, Josh Trosser. Then Luke Hudson, 46. Charlie Moore now moving up place in number 45, and Oscar Lewington, I was just about to say, and his engine's just cut out as he crossed the line. So 53, Oscar Lewington, they're going to have to drag that out of the way, I think, very quickly. So still 43 leading, 95 in second, 155 in third. Fourth is number 10, fifth then 48, 46, 45. So I'll lead around the paddock turn there. Josh Morales. He's popped the segment on that front corner. That shouldn't really be a problem. He's got quite a lead now over second spot, Charlie Clark, who's just coming around the paddock turn now. So he's in second and still in touch. 155, Ollie Brown with that skirt damage at the front. Then we got Josh Trussler, 48, in fourth. Fifth is Luke Hudson, number 46, and then Charlie Moore, 45. So that is 6 laps gone now for our leader, who's just crossed the line. Oh, Serena Hackett. I'm not quite sure what went on there, but then she started heading in my direction very quickly and then pulled away. So that was a bit of a moment there for Serena. Our leader's now on his last lap. Oh, Ollie Brand, very bad bump out of the pond there. And he's done more skirt damage, so Josh Trussler is now potentially going to make a challenge. Josh has got damage as well on the skirt, but Ollie's got quite a few segments missing, and they've got 1 lap to go now. .43, Josh Morales out of the pond for the last time this weekend. Round the paddock turn, the run to the line to take the win. Oh, Charlie Clark, 95, coming through in second. And Ollie Brand, oh, again, not making a clean exit. It's going to be close, but yeah, Charlie Clark comes through second. That's not a problem. Now looking back at this battle for third spot, it is going to be Ollie Brand with all that skirt damage at the front. Ollie Brand, 155, takes third. Fourth, just close, close, but not close enough. 48, Josh Trussler. And then in fifth spot is Luke Hudson, 46. 6 goes to 45, Charlie Moore. And then 7th is Serena Hackett in number 10. Now we're picking up the pace to the Formula Ones. So forget the CC now, we're talking unlimited capacity. Now we're talking about horsepower. So a thrust engine in the order of 180 to 220 horsepower, just for thrust, and then a lift engine as well. From 0 to 60, they'll out-accelerate most standard road cars. And the top end speed will be around about 80 mile an hour. So two-stroke is the favoured option for this particular category. In pole position, we've got 22, Damien Rhodes. Second spot, number 1, Callum Beale. Third spot, number 11, Rob Heisman. And completing the front row with mixed fortunes over the weekend, number 12, Kevin Eastwood. Oh, I can hear some cheers up on the bank there. So 8 laps, a lot quicker this time though. So I mentioned the club website earlier. Obviously you can follow us on Twitter, Facebook and Instagram. And the handle for all 3 of those is @official HCGB. Right, we're coming up to the 2-minute boards now, but we're on a hold. So that means that the 2-minute board has gone up, but there's an issue somewhere, and I suspect that's course construction. And so the drivers stood down for the moment. Now, the scenario is here is that 2 minutes is now sort of frozen in time. So if anybody decides to come out onto the grid now, then they will forfeit their position on the grid. So whilst we're waiting, I'm going to try and come up to those you lovely people up in the spectator area and see if I've managed to tweak my amp deck so that my speaker doesn't squirrel when I get near it. The wind's picking up this afternoon. Just coming across the start line, the flags are blowing well. So we could see, yeah, these F1s are going to go straight into a headwind. And you could see the craft getting up on their side as they go into the turn right in front of you. Right, I'm not going to come up and see. Not that I don't love you, but 2-minute board, I'm not going to get up to you and back again in time. So, maybe I'll see. So here we go, 2 minutes away from the start now. So watch out for number 12. Kevin Eastwood is in full spot, but he's had a mixed weekend. He's got the potential to be up there, challenging Damien Rhodes in number 22. But there again, Callum Beale is chomping at the bit on the start line here. It's all about the reaction off the line When the lights go. Here we go. We're going through the lights and we're away. Well, it is Damien Rhodes that's got off first, followed by Callum Bill, number 1, then 12, Kevin Eastwood, then 11, Rob Heisman. So no change of order as they come through the pond section. Here's the high-speed run into that turn by the spectator end now. Oh, Damien Rose up in the air. Brings it back under control, but that's what I meant. Going into that wind, they are going to get airborne. So, number 1, Callum Bill in second spot is putting pressure on the leader. Still Damien Rose leading. Right, here we go. The high-speed run through the start-finish line. Can he push Damien into making another mistake? No, it keeps it level this time. Well, Kevin Eastwood in that number 12 craft. Still in touch with the 2 front runners. Number 11, Rob Heisman, dropping way back now, not on the same pace. There we go, the 2 front runners. It is a battle for the lead. At the moment, it is still 22, followed by 1. But Callum Beale is putting the pressure on. Right, out of the pond, almost side by side. It's still 22-1 though, as they come round the paddock turn. Callum Bill is putting the pressure on now. Well, Rob Heisman in that number 11 craft has now been lapped by the 2 front runners. So as they cross the line, that's 5 laps completed now. Well, as number 22 went past me, I'm not sure whether he got some skirt damage on the front there. It was difficult to see. But that could make the difference in the end. Callum Beale is now piling on the pressure as they drop onto the water. Again, almost side by side as they exit the pond. Yes, there is some skirt damage, I think. So Damien Rose does have a little bit of skirt damage at the front there. He's losing a bit of air pressure under the cushion. And, well, Callum Beale is still trying to find a way past. That is 6 laps completed. All right, coming up to the last lap board. It's still 22, followed by 1. There we go, 1 lap to go now, 1 lap to go. Dropping onto the pond for the last time. It's still 22, followed by 1. Well, Callum Beale looks as though he's settled for the fact he's going to come through in second. So Damien Rose, number 22, takes the win. But a great fight by Callum Beale there in second spot in that number 1 craft. And Kevin Eastwood, number 12, will take third, and fourth will go to number 11, Rob Heisman. Right, so our next group up are the Colts. The Colts are aged 10 to 13. We've dropped the age limit this year from 11 to 10. Now they are restricted even more so than the juniors. So not only the amount of power they can actually use, but also the amount of thrust they can produce. So there are some craft that are having to run with restrictors with the airflow going through the fan. Right, so running through the grid, 55, we'll just use first names here. Ben in 55 there in pole position. 147 in second is Nathan. And then Lily in third spot there, number 44. Then we got 9, Keris. And then 153, and that is Oscar. Oh, sorry, no, not Oscar, it's his sister. Huh, duh, I'm standing here. So Emily Lewandon. And I hate it when the drivers can hear my commentary. And the second row, 67 is Nancy, and then 75, Harley. Oh, Dad's been called back to number 55. So Ben's got a problem there in pole position, and Dad's had to run back to try and fire it up, and it's not wanting to play ball. We've gone onto the 1 minute board, so that craft will be cleared off the grid, which is a great shame. He's in pole position. They're still pulling away, but it's got to go onto the trailer and taken out the way. Oh, there we go. It just needed a decent pull. One good pull by the right person, and away it goes. Last chance saloon, that was. Oh dear, Lily in number 44 there, creeping forward, so the marshal's just pulling her back a little bit. They don't have reversal in these crafts, so the Colts are the worst ones. They're so keen and eager to get off the line. They're trigger throttle happy, should we say. All right, we're on the lights. Here we go. And we are away. Well, 55, Ben is off first, then Nathan, 147. Then Keris, I think, 9. Oh, I've lost it now. I'll pick them up as they come through. Well, dropping onto the pond. It's Nathan out first in 147, then Lily in second, 44. Then Keris, number 9 in third. Fourth out is Nancy in 67. Then 55, Ben, who was the pole sitter for the race, down in 5th spot at the moment. And last one out of the pond is 153, Emily. Oh, not last one out. The last one has finally appeared out of the pond at 75, Harley. First weekend of racing. He's certainly improved as the weekend's gone on. So Nathan's out first, 147. Lily there in 44 in second. Then Keris 9 just come out of the pond in third. And Nancy out of the pond now in 67 in, where are we? In fourth, by the looks of it. And then Ben in number 55. So these Colts are only doing 6 laps. So we're now midpoint in the race. 3 laps gone. Sorry, yeah, 3 laps gone. Nathan, 147 still leading. Lily in 44 in second. And third, Keris is dropping back. She's just going around the paddock turn now in number 9. Then Nancy in 67, and then Ben in 55. So that group of 3 coming around the paddock turn now, still very tight. So it looks as though Lily Olsen, number 44 in second spot, might be closing that gap down a bit on our leader, Nathan, in 147 as they come round the paddock turn. With 4 laps gone. Only 2 laps to go, so Lily's going to have to close that gap down quite quickly, and I'm not quite sure whether she's going to be able to do that. Well, change of places as we come round the paddock turn. I was going to say change of places and then change of places again. So Ben, number 55, has moved up into third from 5th. Then it's Keris in number 9, then Nancy in 67. They're just coming past you now. So that group of 3 suddenly changing places on the last lap. Well, Lily is closing that gap down. The last lap board is now waiting for these 2 front runners as they come round the paddock turn. So it's still Nathan in 147, still being chased by Lily in number 44. Out of the pond in third. 55, Ben goes round the paddock turn, then Keris in number 9, then Nancy in 67. Right, 2 front runners. as they drop onto the pond. It's still 147, followed by 44. And I don't think Lily's going to be able to close that gap down now, failing something going wrong with Nathan. It's going to be 147 Nathan that takes the win. Lily trying, but not not enough there to get past. So Nathan, 147 takes the win, and 44 Lily takes second. Well, we've actually lost third place. Ben's somewhere on the track, 55. So in third place, it's Karis in number 9. And then fourth is 67 Nancy. Well, Ben's probably, must be stopped on the far side there. So not a great race there for Ben. Problems on the line. So after Nancy, we've got in fourth place, we've got still to come through. Fifth place goes to, no, we're still there. Fifth place goes to 55 Ben, although he hasn't finished, and sixth goes to 153 Emily, and then Harley comes through in seventh spot, number 75. So our next group up are the novices. We've got one more race to come after this. So novices, if you weren't here earlier, I'll run through that in a moment as they come through onto the grid. Well, I've just spotted number 55, Ben, going back to the paddock, and there's a whole load of reeds across his thrust duct. So he's obviously been doing some combining somewhere on the far side. So the novices, so they have to do 15 races before they can qualify up, and they're allowed to use any of the main Formula craft apart from the Formula Ones. We've got 2 on the grid there, 83. That is a new driver this year, and is well into his 15 races now. So he's running a Formula 50 craft. 51 Georgia Olner has actually come out of the juniors, and now she's going through the process of going through a certain number of novice races before she can go out with the rest of the main formula, which will be Formula 50 for her, I think. Right, the 2-minute board has just been shown, but we're now on hold. So something somewhere is stopping us, probably course construction again. Right, it is course construction that's holding us up. I've worked out a good way to speed them up. If I walk up to speak to the public end, by the time I get halfway up there, they'll say, oh, it's all clear, and I've got to walk all the way back again. So I'm going to try and get up to you. Right, I'm going to try a different approach. I've got my aerial on top of my hat now. See if that works. It's gone. Oh no, there we are. What are you eating? Who? Oh, okay. Very nice. Right, there's a whole load of young kids up here. Have they got any questions? Have you got any questions up here? Oh, one little one here asking a question. I'm going to come up and speak to you. You just want to say hello? There's a pancake. Oh, okay. It doesn't look very lively. Okay, we got a question. What do you want? How do you start the engine? Well, normally, most of them, they start on a piece of rope and you pull it. It's a bit like a lawnmower, but some of them have, they start them like you do a car with an ignition key. I've got another question from a young man here. Is there a Formula 1000? No. No, we don't have that formula. Why did it flip over?
Yeah, the one I won yesterday.
Ah, 101 yesterday flipped over. Also, you were here yesterday.
Yeah, he hurt.
Well, he did hurt himself a little bit, but it's so fast, the air got underneath him, and he just went up and over it in the air very quickly before he knew it.
It's just like in that cartoon in Lightning McQueen.
In the cartoon, which cartoon?
Lightning McQueen.
Oh, I'll take your word for that. I don't watch cartoons, not now, I'm too old. Who is my favourite? Now that would be telling, because I have to be very careful there, because I've got family members and out there, so I would then be favouriting somebody, and yeah, I might get into trouble for that one. Okay. I've got too many family members out there. Right, I'm going to try and get along further. Right, how are we all doing up here? Oh, we've got some shade. Is it a bit cooler? It's warmed up this afternoon. Right, I'm going to try this new idea of putting my pack on my head so the aerial's pointing out the top of my head. See if it makes any difference to the speaker. Oh, we got a regular spectator wants to ask me a question. Oh no, it's not a regular spectator. I recognise your face. Here we go.
Just to let you know, my husband has fixed it and it's coming out.
Okay. Oh, she's excited. Her husband fixed the craft and it's coming out. So that's 107. Any questions? Do I need to wake anybody up? You all look very relaxed up here. We've got one fine gentleman here. He's so reclined. Give him a prod every now and again. from that speaker. I've tweaked it. It's better, but it's still not brilliant. Right, anybody else got any questions? That's how big as there. Hang on, I'm going to try and get to these young lads. So, what's can you drive it? No. Belong. So I've had 2, 3, 1, 1, 2, 3. God, the atmospherics are really playing me up today. So why have we moved our regular date, which is the normal bank holiday weekend? That's because of our World Championship, which are being held in Sweden. There's a bit of a clash of dates, so we've had to move it forward just for this year. So we will hopefully be back on our normal August bank holiday for future years. So the novices have just started. I'm going to move out of the way. The novices doing 8 laps. We've got one more race after this one. That is the Formula race. George Rona coming through with a good lead now. Don't forget she is an experienced junior driver. She's just going through this qualification stage. '83 is a novice. I think he must be well into his 15 races that he's got to do to qualify up. That's Trev in number 83 and 107. He made it onto the grid and he stopped down by the Paddock turn. Oh, it's back up and running again. So around the Paddock turn, that is 3 laps completed now. Well, Georgia owner got this race well under control. Number 51. Well, 107 about to be lapped very shortly by our leader, 51. So our last formula starting to form up at the Paddock exit. Well, George Verona goes past. I'm not sure whether there's something going on with the rear skirt there, but it doesn't look quite right. And 6 laps gone, so 2 laps to go. So hopefully that doesn't turn into a major problem for her. Well, Georgia's really got the bit between her teeth this time. She's about to lap Trev Gibson. And there you go, she sweeps through and past. And then Trev getting very close to us there, giving us a nice blast of cold air, along with some grass. So here we go, the checker flag is there waiting. Georgia Owner, 51 takes the win. And 83, Trev Gibson will take second. And Mike Tiverton, 107, will take third. So our open race up next. That's the final race of the weekend. Well, it looks like we're going to have a mix of Formula 1s, 2s and 50s. Formula 3 there as well, coming out onto the grid for this final race. Right, I'm going to quickly run through the grid. The 2-minute board is coming up very shortly. Pole position, Formula 1, number 1, Conrad Bill. Second spot, Sue Oakley, 55 in the Formula 2. Third spot is Simon Francis, 82 in the Formula 2. Then in Formula 3, 144, Richard Pound. And then completing the front row, Katrina Palfrey this time in number 61. That's a Formula 2. Second row, 106. And that's 2 in the whole board. So I think that's course construction again. 106, Sarah Gill in the Formula 50. Carl Smith, number 57 in a Formula 50, and then 52, another Formula 50. Start that again. Then we got 52 in a Formula 50, Aaron Sutton. That's 2 rows completed, and row 3 we've got a Formula 1, Kevin Eastwood, number 12. The 2-minute board has now gone up again. We're 2 minutes away from the start. The final race of the weekend. And we're now on the 1-minute board. Here we go, we're on the lights. And we're away. Oh no, disaster for 82. I'm not sure what's happened. Sue Oakley getting off to a terrible start, finally getting it away. 82, Cy Francis stopped on the front row there. He's having to be pulled to one side. So that was a real messy start there. Lead craft is a Formula 1, number 12, Kevin Eastwood. He's popped a segment on the side there. Shouldn't be a major problem, but he's being chased by number 1, Conrad Beale. So the 2 Formula 1s out front. Then Formula 2, 61, Katrina Palfrey. And 55, Sue Oakley is working her way up through the field. Then Sarah Gill, 106. 144, Richard Pound. 52, Aaron Sutton. And then Carl Smith, 57. And finally, a lap later, Cy Francis, number 82, gets away. Well, Kevin Eastwood has got the bit between the seats on this one, and he's got a good lead over Conrad Beale, number 1, who I suspect, is looking back. There's a problem. Right, running past you now, the 2 Formula 2s, 61 Katrina Palfrey and 55 Sue Oakley in locked in battle there. Sue getting off to a bad start. She's now trying to get past Katrina. So our leader goes through with a comfortable lead now, 12, Kevin Eastwood, that's 3 laps completed. Conrad Beale still going, he had a problem on that last lap, so he has dropped back, but in a comfortable second in that Formula 1. Looking back to third, well, it's at the moment 61 Katrina Palfrey, but she is being challenged by Sue Oakley in number 55 as they come around the Paddock turn. So as Kevin Eastwood sweeps through in that number 12 craft, the Formula One, 4 laps completed now. Conrad Beale in that number 1 craft in second. The battle for third is still going on between 61, Katrina Palfrey as they drop onto the pond, and 55, Sue Oakley. So looking at the running order at the moment, we got 12 in first place. Second is number 1. Third is 61. Fourth is 55. Fifth is 144. Sixth is 106. Seventh is 52. Then we got 57. Then 82. Well, it's all getting busy coming out of the pond, and well, we got a real battle going on. That's battles within battles. So Conrad Beale, somewhere along the line on that last lap, Conrad Beale has managed to move up and challenge Kevin Eastwood. So it's now Conrad Beale in number 1 craft in the lead, then 12 Kevin Eastwood. But there was a battle going on between the Formula 2s, 61 and 55 there, that got caught up in that battle as they came through. So crossing the line, 1 lap to go now. Last lap board is now out. It's still number 1, Conrad Beale leading, being chased by 12, Kevin Eastwood in second. Here's the battle for third. The 2 Formula 2s. It's Katrina Palfrey, 61, still holding off Sue Oakley, 55. And round the paddock turn for the last time, number 1, Conrad Beale takes the last win of the weekend in that Formula 1. Number 12, Kevin Eastwood takes second. Still waiting on that battle for third. Oh, it's changed right at the last turn. Sue Oakley, 55. Sue Oakley, 55, takes third as she got past Katrina Palfrey, number 61, round the paddock turn there. And what a great finish there between those two, the 2 Formula 2s. And 5th goes to 144, Richard Pound in the Formula 3. 6 will go to Sarah Gill in 106 in a Formula 50. 7th will go to 82, Cy Francis in Formula 2. Then Aaron Sutton, 52, in 8th in the Formula 50. And then Carl Smith comes in 9th, number 57 in the Formula 50. Well, great finish between the 2 Formula 50s there. The 2 Formula 2s, Katrina Palfrey and Sue Oakley. It all changed on that last turn around the paddock turn. The back marker got in amongst that battle, and well, it all changed. So that is our racing done for this weekend, people. Thank you very much for coming along again. Well, if you've been here all weekend, thank you for coming. If it's your first time, hopefully we'll see you again next year. All things being equal, we'll be back to our normal weekend of August bank holiday. So just a final reminder, if you want to go and find out some more about the sport, I've been going since 1967, so many, many years. And if you want to find out more about the club as a whole, racing side, cruising side, if you want to get involved in the marshals, the scrutineers, all that sort of stuff, then www.hovercraft.org.uk. That is the national club. This weekend's been run by the southern branch of the Hover Club. And if you want to follow us on Twitter, Facebook and Instagram, then the handle for all three of those is @official HCGB. Right, it just right, I've got a pair of glasses that have just been found on the grid, so I'm not quite sure whether that's going to be, that's probably going to be a club member. So that's two people I've got, or two pairs of glasses that I've got now that have been lost over the weekend. So, for the members of the public, thank you so much for coming along to watch. I hope you've enjoyed it. Have a safe journey home. This is me, Barry Oakley, signing off for the weekend.